Whoops. Almost forgot my phantom power. Hello. Cool, how's it going? So give me one sec. I'm gonna open my door real quick. It's very hot. Alright, I'm back now. I'm back. I'm back. They're digging into wave function collapse stuff. Fancy. I've never understood, where does the name wave function collapse derive from? Like, what is it about that method that collapses wave functions? And what is a wave function? You know what I mean? What does it mean to collapse a wave function? I understand a wave function. Zenikst. Hello. French audience here, just passing by to say hello, and thank you for all the amazing stuff you do on the internet. No worries at all. Thanks for popping in. Thank you very much for the kind words. I need to... I'm trying not to make like a French joke. It's too hard. Must resist. Alrighty. What the flippity flip are we doing? Just not a surrender one, please. That's funny. Alright. Let's get started. I'm just going to start by committing. As in git committing. Git add a UI inventory stuff kind of done, so now thinking about cool. Thinking about applying for Unreal Engine jobs, but they're only a few hundred on Indeed. I wonder how competitive that job market is. Do you mean for for working on Unreal Engine, or as in working at a studio that's using Unreal Engine? Making a game in Unreal. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say it's only going to become more in demand, but it's also like the more, you know, as time goes on and the engine becomes more popular and developed, there'll be more demand for skilled people that specialize in Unreal Engine. But at the same time, there are more people learning Unreal Engine and becoming skilled and filling in those jobs. So I guess it kind of just becomes one of, just like any job really, where you know, you need to just keep looking, know some people, knowing people, getting feet indoors, etc. Cobber, hello. Better to work, had a quick question, tell me I broke the wind in Peacecape. Add wind pulse, stopped working, but add deform pulse, still working. Any thoughts on what to look for? Oh, actually, did I... Let me, real quick. Let me upload. I think I might have actually forgotten to upload to the Gumroad, but there was an update that fixes the wind pulses weren't working past 65k in any world coordinate because of a weird limitation with one of the Niagara nodes. Because I was essentially caching the world position as like a value on the on a grid, so that I didn't have to like retrieve it, you know, calculate it every single time for every single grid. However, since I was storing it as a value, the node that allows you to sample from a grid's previous thingo is obviously capped at, you know, I think it's like 8 or 16-bit or something. 16-bit it would be, rather than 32 or 64-bit. So, yeah, I fixed that now by turning it into a local position, and then you add the grid's position. And also another bug about stability with that load error. Remember that load error that pops up sometimes saying Niagara's fucked? I fixed that one. So I'll actually upload that now. Let me just find... Recommend breaks when news at 9. Hell yeah. Yeah, so by the time you finish work, there'll be a new update on the Gumroad that should fix that. Or do you mean you're heading to work, as in heading to work on? Anyway. Alright, they forced me to sign a non-compete agreement so I can't work on my own side project games. Yeah, that's a fair fear to have. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really understand limiting people to you know, not work on hobby projects. I can understand, like, if you were doing work for another company that's making a similar style of game, it's like, well, you know, fair enough. Alright, let me do the ting. If I go to plugin packages, Prismatica. That doesn't have the binaries folder, so I would need to... We just bring the code home on flash drive at a time. Shit. Epic normally hires career devs, while indie other teams would hire you to navigate Unreal. Yeah, exactly. Wait, hello. Modular Code Nuggets, what's that? So, I'm thinking about a nice, memory-efficient way to handle almost like little modular function library. Not like a function library, but wait, what is this? Post process. Right. This thing on the marketplace, yeah, it is on the marketplace. It's amazing that you could tell just from that. Let me just do a really quick double check that everything works. Samuel, hello. Yes, yeah, for sure. So if you go into like the character draw component, let me just give me the balls. There we go. Go up. We'll go to drawer. So if you've made like a custom drawer, like this, so it might look something dodgy like this. The A channel or the W channel is the strength. So velocity, strength, velocity, these ones, strength here. So if for like a character or something, you know, you might want to set that lower, or maybe for your tank, you want to draw it to 10 or something. So if I do this, which is the balls, now the balls are drawing 10 strength. They will be drawing really hard to all the stuff. And hence the wind as well. But yeah, you can see they're drawing extremely hard. Whereas if I said, do the balls at 0.1, then the balls would sort of barely be drawing to the stuff. As you can see here. So that's what I'd suggest doing, but with the character versus the tanks. And then you'd have to like kind of adjust the effects accordingly, but it's possible. It's possible to do it like that. It is kind of one of the limitations of, you know, the fact that it's just a few global simulations. You know, it's not like we have a, like... I mean, you could edit the Niagara system to be like, okay, this is a, you know, deform, essentially like just copy the, probably be a bit hard to do because it's kind of hard-coded for performance reasons, but yeah. Anyway, that's what I'd suggest doing. I'm pretty sure in the character one, character draw. What was it called again? Character component. That's the old one. Frick it, I'll just go to my... So if you make a character deform, with the character one, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, there's a draw strength value in the character kind of, you know, pre-setup thingo. So the draw strength is just a flat value. So yeah, you could set that lower for just the character. And then for the tanks, you could just set it to draw more strongly. And that way the character would only be able to push the sunflowers over a little bit. But when the tank rolls over, it would draw like 100% to them. So I hope that helps. Morgan, hello. Is an awful the latest Gumroad so much manager code remains in Blueprint? Yes. So the like 99% of the performance cost has been mitigated to C++. But where am I? The stuff about calculating the positions, this stuff here is all still in, what's it called? Blueprint. Same with managing the pulses, because I might change these, or like not change how they get input, but just change how they're managed and whatnot. Yeah. Or I might move this to C++, but the pulses aren't really... You're not supposed to have too many pulses at once. But, you know. Pulses are meant for just one-off stuff, so it's not really gonna take any performance whatsoever. So I thought the programmer working with it, but he doesn't like it. It sounds like a skill issue on his part. I wouldn't stress about it too much. It's literally just... keep in mind, this all has been profiled. Like, we literally used the proper profiler to, like, check, you know, if we were drawing 100 shapes, how much of it, you know, how many milliseconds does this particular section take up and whatnot. So this here is a one-off, so it doesn't matter. This here is a one-off, which doesn't matter. This here is a one-off, so it doesn't matter. That's all just begin play. The post-tick is just the pulses stuff, which these are mostly... These are like empty 99% of the time. And then when you do an explosion or something, we add a pulse to this array, which then, you know, loops through it, checks, you know, where it should be drawn, adds it to the current arrays that first got generated in C++, but we're just adding, you know, one extra value to them. If, you know, if there's an explosion or a gunshot or something. Then there's this, calculate the positions and offsets. Again, this is just set a parameter on the Niagara, do a very tiny piece of simple math, you know, divide, subtract, multiply, set 2 more variables, and we just do that 4 times. And then here is just setting stuff in Niagara. Now, I thought, I asked Sov, I was like, how much is this taking up? Because we're sending, like, you know, heaps of data, like, you know, an array of like hundreds of values. We're sending that to Niagara through Blueprint. And we tried it going from Blueprint and then also tried it in C++, and there was literally no difference in speed. So if you're sending stuff to Niagara, it doesn't matter whether it's from Blueprint or C++. It's just the same. It just sucks either way, basically. Although it was pretty fast, but you know, you've essentially just got to send stuff to the Niagara system, which will then send it to the GPU to then be processed and whatnot. This might be changing, actually, with the data channel. The data channel stuff, which I know they were working on more in 5.4. So it might get even faster, I guess, but yeah. Just tell the programmer that with the profiling that we did using Unreal Insights, the Blueprint stuff takes up like 1% of the cost of the system. All good, all good. I mean, if he wants to spend time rewriting it, then, you know, more power to him, but it will kind of be redundant-ish. Especially since it's kind of... it's subject to change, you know? Like... you know, like, I might optimize it or change how something flows or, you know, make something more, what's it called? Modular or something. And it's probably better that they focus on, you know, making the game. Using Common UI for your display manager? No. No, I haven't. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I just use UI. Understand, I still need to switch between your example read WP functionality and grasp Bender W functionality, right? Not necessarily. You could do like a hybrid by... I mean, just the grass one should be fine for sunflowers, possibly, potentially. It's a bit of, yeah, it is a bit of a tough one because obviously you'd still want the character trampling the grass, but then you'd want the character to just nudge the sunflowers around, but then you'd want the tank to absolutely steamroll it. I need to not get distracted. Hold on. Let me just build this. Let me just build. All right, everything's fine. Save all. Plug in. Prismatica escape. Package. Well, do I want to package it or? I don't remember. Sorry, I realized, Wake, if you're still there, I just realized I didn't explain what I was talking about with the modular code stuff. I do be like that. I do be like that. But essentially, I'm just thinking of the best way to essentially like an example would be equipable items, right? Oh, I fucking hate that sound. So like equipable items might need completely different functionality in a, you know, non-inherited way. So it would be like, if it is a piece of clothing, when we equip it to our hands, it needs to be physically simulated, so it, like, you know, jiggles around. But it would need to be attached using a physics handle. Whereas, like, a sword, if we equip a sword to our hand, it needs to be directly socketed to the weapon bone with no physical simulation. But if we equipped a... If we equip that same piece of clothing to our body, it needs to merge, like do a mesh merge. It needs to, you know, get put in our mesh merge array, and set a bunch of parameters and whatnot. So, and the idea is that, like, I don't want to have to be like, okay, we've got like the entity class, and then we've got item entity stemming from that, and then we've got, you know, armor entity, and then we've got, you know, weapon entity, but then there's some pieces of armor or like equipment that have different meshes depending on where you equip them. You know, if we wanted to merge them into the character. So like, you know, a backpack on our back has its own mesh, but a backpack that's just like slung around one shoulder is a different mesh that would need to get merged. So it would be, you know, we'd have to have like a selector for like, okay, if it's in this slot, it uses this mesh. If it's in this slot, it uses this mesh. If it has any hide flags, you know, like if we need to... If it's like a loose baggy shirt, but we've got like a piece of armor over the top and we need to swap the model or something, we need to do this, or... You know, it's, So I've just been thinking of a nice way to do that. Which I know that, like, some people in here have probably done stuff like that. I always hear Sov talking about, like, visual definitions, which I presume is exactly what I'm looking for. I should be able to copy this. Engine content editor sounds notifications. Interesting, interesting. All right, does everything work? Preparing shape. Oh, right. The thing is. All right, this looks like it works. Very good. Yeah, no errors. Everything's fine. Yeah. Oops. Cool. No errors. Sweet, sweet. And then we just want to go back to here. Nope. Here. Nope. Here. Yes. Yes. We want to send to zipped folder. This is called Prismatica v1.02.08 Gumroad edition .zip. And then I want to go to the Gumroad. Go to the gummies. Products. Here. Upload. New file. Computer file. We want to go to my Z drive. We go to plugin packages. This one. I want to move you up to the top. Gotta wait for it to upload. Hopefully that doesn't destroy the stream. No, it's fine. I think Collingwood just won. Anyone watching the footy? $92-72. Hell yeah. Let's go. Go the pies. Can the pies. Looks like you can just point the compile sound cue to any sound WAV file you have. What should I change mine to? What should I change mine to? Alright, this is almost uploaded. Doll. Yeah, maybe. Homer! Homie! All right, uploaded. Save changes. Bam. Homer. What's a PyCos? True. What's a PyCos based? What is a PyCos? $2.50. All right, so let's begin the work session. So. We need to do this thing. Basically a bunch of static... I guess they are static functions. I guess we're literally just going to use data assets as static components. Like, you know, non-instance components. Yeah, so it will literally just be like, here's the tag. Tag gets mapped to a data asset. So on equip or equipment, equip definition or some shit. Or visual or something. And we then ask it, oh, what happens when this gets equipped to this slot of this character type? And then it can just figure out what the fuck happens, you know, completely arbitrarily. I'm gonna sneeze. Pardon me. What's the... Keith, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. All right. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure I just want to use data assets for this. Because of the shared nature of them. Sharing, caring. So let's get a little map open. Yo, naked man runs through forest. The game. Hell yeah. Yo, I could go for a naked run through a forest. Pog. Alright, so. We would need to start with entity static data. Because this is like any entity has these definitions, right? And they are of... Oh, fuck off. Where'd my freaking... There it is. Any data asset that derives from Thingo. And I wanted to do it a map just because maps are really quick to look up from, or like to, at least in Blueprint, compared to searching through an array for a condition. Obviously, if we knew what index it was going to be at, then we could just use a get from an array. But anyway, map is what we're going with. And so... Like, again, entities don't need a default physical material. That should actually be part of something else entirely. The entity property defaults should be this. Or should it? Harrium, give me a plugin, please. I don't have money. I am a student. Please. I mean, if it helps, I'm also a student. So I can't afford to give plugins away for free, unfortunately. You might have to save up for it. And by student, I mean unemployed. Or non-employed. Preschool student. Yeah, so we definitely don't even need that. I don't even know if default properties... I feel like even default properties should be... Ooh. Okay, well, I'll leave it, but... default properties should be one of these modular doodads that we can then just look for on initialization and be like, okay, look for a, you know, default properties data asset that just has these things. Because that way we can just be like, okay, yeah, this is a helmet. This thing is also a helmet, and this thing is a helmet, and this one's a helmet. We can just give them the armor, or like metal armor default properties definition. Rather than needing to go through all of them and be like, oh yeah, copy paste these things. So I like that idea as well. Icon widget class is inherent. PyCos container types is maybe not inherent. Maybe that is also one of these. So we just have a definition called default PyCos container types collection. I don't know. From Australia, the guy snatched Cricket World Cup from us. That day I cried a lot. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. It's just how it goes, you know? The best come out on top. Do you CMC movement in your game or some other system? I heard it's not optimal because too much unneeded functionality. I do use it currently. I would like to not use it, and I'm hoping that the new character mover system that's in the next update will be better. In terms of, like, you know, being a lot more modular, and not having to, like, band-aid things on top of it and all that kind of stuff. Which it is looking like it will be better. So, yeah. Marble, I'm using runtime virtual texture for my own game, but it clashes with using a day-night cycle because the RVT is... Post-processor emissive. And also this, essentially at night the foliage is still lit up, unfortunately. I'm not sure what you mean. So why is the RVT emissive? Because you'd want to plug the... I mean, if you're doing it for like grass, like I am, you would want to plug the RVT into the base color of the grass, not the emissive channel. But maybe I'm misunderstanding what the problem is. That's not getting it. Oh no, because I moved that up, didn't I? Okay, so that is still... Can I deprecate a variable? Yes, very good. Which is grayed out, because the issue is the grass being lit up as the day changes to night. So it might be that your grass is set to be unlit rather than lit. So if we go to like a material, down here where it says shading model, you want that to be default lit, not unlit. So unlit will, well, as it says on the tin, will be unlit. So it will be like flat. You know, like regardless of the lighting, it will look the exact same. There won't be any shadows on it. But then lit, default lit, will give you the base color back and it will have shading on it. And it won't, you know, glow. If you're doing that for the grass so that it kind of is evenly lit, what you might want to do instead is point the normals upwards. That's all good, that's all good. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help. All right. So how do I want to tackle this? This doesn't actually need any functionality on it at all. So for something like a visual definition, this is where we would say... So this is for entity visual definition. So this is where we would describe like the mesh of the thing. And also how it is constructed, what like material it would use. But also does this describe how it is presented? Or is that a part of like the equipment thing? Here's the other thing. Does the definition define that this can be equipped? Do you know what I mean? Thinking is tough. Also, this is so fucking loud. Jesus Christ. I don't usually skip Motherload Mine soundtrack, but goddamn those flutes. Them flutes. So let's think about like a sword, for example. Sword's made up of subcomponents or kind of sub-items. So we'd want to say, okay, well, we want to spawn this thing. Let's construct it. This definition would get the sword container thing. It would get the 3 or, you know, however many components it's made of. It would merge them together. It would get the material stuff from those 3 thingos. It would apply those material effects or material parameters to the material, and then it's good to go. We've visually defined this thing. But then for something different, it's like a piece of armor. It would, you know, pull from a different data asset and whatnot. But then... And it would have things like hide flags, and when equipped to this slot, it looks like this, and when equipped to that slot, it looks like that. But does that include, like... Because that, again, now we're kind of treading on, like, equipping the thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what belongs where? Where's the line drawn between these kind of thingers? Because it's obviously like the code side of it, where, like, you know, we equip this armor, it needs to add its armor values to the array, or, you know, subscribe itself to this array of things so that when we hit the person, we can do the stuff. Same with, like, the body section manager could just be a data asset that exists on a living being. So, you know, humanoid has a humanoid body definition or body section definition, which describes, oh yeah, you know, given these physics asset bone names and these orientations and whatever, these are the list of hit sections. And, you know, it would contain all the functions to map one to the other and that kind of stuff. However, there would need to be a runtime element to that, because we need to hold a list of, you know, which things are subscribed to which body parts. Unless that just exists on the equipment PyCos. Which kind of makes sense. Rather than having like a separate object that has to, you know, act as just one array of stuff. I do like that, actually. Put it on the equipment PyCos. Do I? Yeah. 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 But then is it also like the body part PyCos's job to sum up the properties of all of the body parts? Like, oh, we're doing an attack. We need to check, hey, you know, how much capacity of our arms, what's the capacity percentage of our arms for this two-handed swing? I guess funneling that through the PyCos kind of makes sense. Because all the limbs are items, which are in the PyCos. Yeah, I like that. There's just so many, like, weird grey areas where, like, the visuals and the, at least in the runtime, you know, real-time game, where visuals and gameplay intersect. But I think we just say the visual static definitions are, that does include what happens when, like, what happens visually when this is equipped to this character type, to this slot, to this body part, whatever. And then the actual equipment side of it would be like, okay, we've equipped this item to our body. When it's equipped to, you know, the body, or, you know, not the hands, or not the hand, like, you know, we just put a helmet on. Now that helmet provides protection to the head, but if we equip the helmet to our hand, it grants us, you know, the attack with helmet actions. So I'm guessing the equipment stuff would also have to deal with storage of items in a weird way. Yeah. Well, no, that would be visual. So on items stored, what happens to this item given this this container? You know, do we hide the item? Do we socket it? Do we thingo? Because have to consider not overloading one component, and also when two different data handlers have to share, is one going to have to wait for the other to finish calculation? That's true. That's true, that's true. I mean, it should be fine. Because it will be like, it'll be like through an execution flow. It won't, I won't... The thing about delegates is it's hard to... do callbacks and stuff, which is what we'd need to do. So I think delegates are not. I mean, maybe for the initial function that sets off the big chain reaction, but otherwise, you know. David, hello, hello. I'm good, I'm good. Lethal, what am I working on right now? I'm working on thinking. I'm thinking with my brain. Which is rare. I'm just thinking about modular code nuggets, basically. I'm just thinking about how to code a game. Like a very specific problem for a very specific project. So if I made a... So we'd probably want a function that... Actually, I probably want to do this as... an event? Wait, no, a data asset won't be able to have timers, so yeah, no, we'll do it as a function. Let's call the initial function create entity visuals. Or initialize entity visuals. Yeah, so this will set up our thing. This will need to input an actor. Actually, I'll just call it target actor. We also need to do the entity object, because that'll obviously have all its data that we can pull from. Well, no, I guess if we were to initialize one... Let's just say like an NPC just spawned in from being off screen. And they've obviously already got all of their equipment equipped to their thing, but then we just want to run through and construct the thing. This should be like the entity standalone visuals. Do we even need to initialize it? Probably not, because it depends on the context, you know? I can always move functions up and down classes. Well, at least up classes. Let's make a child of this. This is going to be called... What is this called? The clothing default. Alright, so we'd probably want a function for unequipped to living being, right? We probably want one for on spawned in world. As in, like, you know, as a standalone. We'd want an on stored in container. We'd want an on what would you call it? I guess picked up or on held. Which is different from being equipped. Slightly. Because held might insinuate, like, you know, being picked up by a dog, like in its mouth or something. Which it is technically equipping it, but I kind of, there's already a sort of distinction between equipping something and holding something. In that they are different PyCos containers with different rules. So, yeah. We'd also need an on hold. Yep. These do need to be moved up a class. That one can go up 2 classes. This one can go up 2 classes. To... No, I take that back. Do not. There we go. This is visual definition. Yeah. Okay. Okay, you... Yeah, you're good, you're good. Alright, so in clothing, we could then override on equipped to living being. And then this is where we would put the whole thingo. Would you consider something dropped to need to be managed, or is it the levels problem at that point? So if something gets dropped, it would still exist in, like, the overall simulation. So it would still be, you know, real and existent. So yeah, it's still managed. Yeah, Rockadoodle. All good, all good. Hope you had a great stream. Moving being. Actor. Rocker Raid, that's right. You look like Quinn69's sane brother. I don't know who that is. Am I a boomer? Visual definition. The slot that it was equipped to. Gameplay tag. Is it a container or is it just a straight up fuck it, it's a... Australian gaming stream. Gotcha. Well, there you go. There you go. A bloody ripper. In it. How... the Skelly mesh merging stuff should be on a component, because it's an actor-specific thing. Obviously, we don't need it if it's just an object. You know, if it's not simulated, because the visuals don't actually matter. So this is probably all we need to... Thingo. Oh, and we'd obviously need the item, the entity object. The equipped entity object. And then we can probably get all our context through here in order to do the thing. So this would be get component by class. You know, get the skeletal mesh merger or whatever. And then we would have an array of, you know, an array of, probably do an array of, an array of objects, right? Or just an array of meshes. No, we'd probably want to do a... Or maybe even a map. Generate a... it's... Well, no, it would have to get done on every client separately. We can't just replicate the Skelly merger. No, an array would be fine. Or would it? Because we only want the Skelly mesh merger. So let's do a new Skelly mesh merger thing. Shit, where's this go? Core. Ow. Characters. Components. Shit, what a fucking mess. We're gonna do a new folder. Called... I don't know. New folder. New components. New components. There we go. Alright, new thinger. Actor component. Oh, it's supposed to be a living being component, isn't it? Yeah, fuck off. Oh, is it supposed to be a living being component? Not really. No, it should just be an actor component. Oh, no, fuck. Actor component, there we go. Alright, this is called the Priz Skelly Mesh Merging Handler. Handler or no, manager? Nice. So this will need an array of do we want to add the meshes from the object and then because you know, a piece of armor might have multiple meshes to merge into the character. Because we like separate the sleeves and the shirt and the you know, whatever. So we can have like a sleeveless shirt without having to like have a separate model. Do we want to just add them and then just remove them from the array when we unequip the item? That way we don't even need to track the item itself. I think that would be the cleanest way to go about it. No, because then when we want to do hide flags and stuff, it would get a bit fucky. So I think doing the... maybe a list of just the visual definition objects. No, I think the what do we call them? Entity objects to merge. Entity objects to merge. Entity object, bam, here. So this would just be an array, and we'd be like on event begin play. So we need a function called merge, well, create new mesh. Or generate new mesh. There we go. This doesn't need any inputs. This would just get these. It would, for each, we'd also need a list of current hide flags, which I want to turn into a gameplay tag container, maybe not container. No, maybe container would be nice because then we can have hierarchical hide flags. Ooh. Because then we can be like... is there any point to that? Ah, fuck it. Whatever. Gameplay tag container. Bam. Just singular then. So we would then... Well, we'd want to do... refresh hide flags. We'd want to go through all of our fellas for each loop. We need to do we need to do a pass, visual definition, function, get, hide, flags, or well, yeah, whatever. Fuck it. Which these could be. Yeah, this does have to be a function. Which is gonna be a gameplay. Oh, fucking, what is it? Hide flags. Hide flags. This triggers. This is a gameplay tag container. Bam, bam. Cool. Let me do a new thing. New tag. Is this related to equipment? Like, is it related to PyCos? Are there any other times we'd need to do a hide flag on anything else? Like this, like, has pants on. You know what I mean? Probably not. I feel like it is PyCos related. And also equipment related. Or just PyCos hide flags. I guess we'd also want to use this for like container stuff as well. So, or do I just put it in its own category? I think I just put it in its own category. Fuck it. What's a PyCos? About $2.50. Alright, we're just going to do one called hide flags. We're going to add the new tag. Specify a... Oh, fucking hell. Default gameplay tags. Do it. Alright, hide flags. We're then going to add one to this called hide flags dot equipment. Or character equipment. Or just equipment. Well... Yeah, no, it is just equipment. Add it. And then another one called containers? Or called storage, maybe? I don't know. It doesn't matter too much. Switch Mark. Hello, hello. Your opinion, co-op indie games have more chances or single-player ones? Seems like most of the success is on co-op ones. What's your opinion? I think co-op is very beneficial to an indie game. It kind of creates an extra virality vector, you know? Because it's like, basically every single person that picks up the game will say to their friend, hey, I got this game, it's really cool. It has co-op. Do you want to, you know, you should get it as well. We can build a base together or whatever, you know, like Valheim or fucking Lethal Company has, you know, co-op and whatnot. And they're like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, this is cool as. And then when their friend is offline, they say to their other friend, hey, like, you know, we should play this together. Whereas like a single player game, like, I mean, yes, it's obviously people are still going to say, oh yeah, you should play this game, but you're not really like playing with friends. So you can play with someone, it's fine, story doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, it depends on the genre. But as soon as you've got co-op, you have two characters, aka two players, who can generate their own stories. You know? Because there's a lot of chaos when there's more than one real person. It's kind of like if you had like an AI, like a proper AI as a character in a game that could just like interface with every single system, and they could plan ahead, and they could do whatever. It's like, in a co-op game, you don't have to program any of that, you know? Which development was 100 times harder because of co-op. I mean, yeah, it can be a little bit more challenging, but it's also like, you can also cut corners because co-op, if that makes sense. Like, you know, you can kind of rely on players to keep each other entertained and whatnot. Replicating gameplay mean a kind of corner is like calling global nuclear war a means of putting the heating on. Well, I mean, it is effective. Although, technically a global nuclear war would result in winter, eternal winter. Kind of like how a big volcano eruption would result in, you know, as soon as the sky is blocked with smoke and whatnot. Yeah, it gets very hot, then very cold, exactly. Yeah. Depends on where you're standing. Well, I probably don't need to return out here, right? Because we probably just want to be setting stuff here. So for this, it would be more like... do this, get the meshes. Final. That's the wrong fucking... Scale image merging manager. Hello. It would be the meshes. What the fuck is it called? Merge. Oh, entity objects to merge. Right. So we'd want to instead. What are you doing? Fuck off. So refresh hide flags, we'd go entity objects to merge. We would get their static D. We would then get their definitions and look up, do you have a visual? Well, we'd need to fucking manage gameplay tags. Here we go. Add new source default. This is going to be called entity static definitions. Add the tag. We add a new one called fuck, that should be... Can I rename? Fine, I'll restart now. It's fine. Yo, renaming gameplay tags? Not cool, man. Not very fun. I can open them up again. Gameplay tag had a family? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it had to happen. So in here, okay, we want to find that definition. We're going to add subtag, visual, which this is, yeah, it is. So this is just, oh, no, we don't need to, whatever. So we'd go visual definition. We'd look for that tag, which would have the data asset. So then we could cast down to this. That can be a lot neater. We can make a little sandwich, little blueprint burger. Casting bad, etc., etc., but I don't give a fuck. So then we would on, what was it called? Equip the living being. And this is, you know, well, no. So this is the fucking thing with the stuff. This would be get hide flags, right? Wouldn't it be nice if you could cast an array? No, it's fine, that's fine. Yeah, so get hide flags. Hide flags this triggers. Append gameplay tag containers. In out tag container. What the fuck? Oh, that it gets appended to this one. The in is that one. The old inny outy. Sweet. We need to actually clear. No, actually, let's do a local boy. New hide flag list. Or just new hide flags. And at the end of it, set current hide flags as this. Cool. So now generate new mesh. So this would be... When equipped to living being, we want to get this. We want to get component. by class. Does it really just want to add itself to the thing? Or do we want to pass through the meshes? What was the idea again? So let's say we've already got a bunch of meshes on our character, right? And then we just put on a helmet. What do we need to do to, you know, to do that? Well, first we need to, on the merging component, go through and just get all the hide flags from everything that is equipped. So this would essentially... So on equipped to living being, this should probably have a sub function. Because I'm just thinking if we wanted to merge like 20 items all at once, we probably don't want to merge it every single time, which this is going to do. So we'd probably want a function within this that will just get the fucking thing with the stuff, right? I didn't get it. Get that Skeeter. Murica. Skeeters. Skeeters. Yeehaw. This needs a Boolean called merge. Merge now, question mark. No, but it might not even be... Well, no, I guess having the input is fine. So we need a... So yeah, we'd probably want to repopulate our array. Yeah, okay. So when it gets equipped, we would want to tell it what's... Get out of there, mosquito. We'd want to do Skelly Mesh Merging Manager, whatever. We'd want to just add to the objects, empty objects to merge. We'd want to add self. Right, so this is just saying when we get equipped to living bean, or just when we get equipped, full stop. Then we just want to get the mesh merger and add us to that list. Then we'd probably want to say, okay, that looks like fucking garb. So then what we need to do, so generate new mesh would call refresh hide flags. It would then call refresh mesh list, which again would then go through this and blah blah blah. Yeah, the reason I want this boolean in there is because we might want to just do this stuff for a bunch of them first and then hit generate. Yeah, there's not actually much else this would do. Well, no, because this should be the getting of the thing. So this should actually be called... I guess this is on equipped to living being... Da-da-da-da-da. But then if we wanted to get the meshes from it... Unequipped to living being. I mean, this is just unequipped. Unequipped, what do we want to do? Do we want to, you know, do some shit? We just want another function called get meshes to merge. Which again would, well, basically use, oh, fuck you. Huh? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, because the fucking signature changed. Funny, funny, funny. Alright, let's, Gill me. Alright, so this is on equipped, do this shit. We also don't need the... Probably do need the equip slot. That is if hands are not... Yeah. Because we might want to do... if equip slot contains tag blah blah blah, or has, what's it called? Has tags. Has tag equipment universal. So that would be hands or, you know, picker-uppers. Then we might want to do a branch that then says on held. You know? So that way we only ever call... unless we explicitly call this whenever we pick something up. Do you know what I mean? This would be a nice fallback, though. If for some reason we called unequipped when we picked something up. As an example. But that would just be a skill issue. We don't need the hide flags when we unequipped it. That would be in the get meshes to merge. The equipped slot. Oh, do they actually know what they are currently equipped to? I don't think entities know their current stored index. Which means I probably should add that. How big is an integer? Is integer 16-bit? Orange size. Nice. So if we had 1 million entities, as an example, that 16-bit would become 16 megabytes. It's 4. Okay, so that would be 4 megabytes. Is equipped slot a container? I believe it is. So, yeah, no, that's fine, I guess. It's just to merge. Oh, obviously the item. Sorry, not the entity object. Which we then pull all the shit from. Images to merge, equip slot, entity object. What other context? Oh, we'd need hide flags. Could eat a burger with 4 megabytes? Hell frickin' yeah. So if we did clothing default and we said get meshes to merge, that can fuck off. Although, actually, we need the return. This would literally just output a... what's it called? A list of meshes. This would be meshes. Sorry, what is it? Fucking skeletal mesh. Bam. That would be an array. There we go. So yeah, then we would be like, okay, well, you know, we've got the clothing meshes for each hide flag, and we'd go through the array and the structs or whatever the fuck it was. If it had different meshes based on the equipped slot, then we could figure that out as well. We'd have to get the static data from here to then... Well, no. This is the static data. What the fuck am I talking about? Are there any other... Sorry, this should be the... The equipped... Or the entity object, but then also the merging entity. This is the merged entity object. Merging entity object. And that way we can pull context from a lot of stuff. Doing hard references? Not really. This is all... I mean, yeah, these are object pointers. Because they're things that... You know, they're instances of characters or instances of items that are getting dealt with. So, you know, we're getting this helmet and adding it to our character. Yeah, they're already loaded, exactly. And this is all happening in data assets, which are also already loaded. Which I'm pretty sure all of the data assets will essentially be loaded all the time. At least the data of them will be loaded all the time. Obviously, the meshes and stuff don't need to be loaded, so the meshes within the data assets will be soft referenced. But I can't imagine, like... Because the idea is that we simulate the majority of the world at any given time, which means that all of the static data, you know, like, oh, what's the armor value for this piece of armor, and what's the speed value of, you know, a rabbit and whatnot. All of that data will be loaded, but it's not instant data. So even if there's a million rabbits, all of them are pointing to the same data asset that has all of their static data. And then obviously we operate on that static data. You know, if it's a fast rabbit, then it gets its base speed from the data asset, and then it's got an instance modifier, or even a static modifier. So just like data assets on data assets that, you know. So we could have like a sword, which has this type of blade, and that blade is a static data asset that defines, you know, this is its base, you know, slashing damage. But then we could say, okay, well, it's made of copper, and copper has its own static data asset that says, oh yeah, I modify slashing damage by 0.9. And that's what gives us the end result. So it's like the sword doesn't need to know that it does, you know, 11 slash damage or something. We can just get that from the combination of data assets and like save a bunch of extra memory and shit. I mean, we might want to cache the final stuff, but probably not worth. Can easily turn a runaway train where you pull the whole game into like... Yeah, I've seen that happen to some people. And it does not seem fun to clean up. Because it's like... I don't know. It doesn't seem very easy to kind of figure out how to break all of the dependency chains and stuff. So if we wanted to refresh mesh list, we would need to do this. We need to say for each entity objects to merge, get your damn static D, get your definitions map, find visual definition, make a little sandwich. Cool. Then get meshes. Oh, oh no, I have to cast to visual. Be nice if I could do an auto cast. Could I do a wrapper function that maps? I'd have to write a function for each. Not worth. No, not worth. Because I might want to cast down anyway to a further thing, because I might know what the thing is that we're looking at. Like if I had a list of, you know, human body parts, then I might cast to the human body part definition for some fucking reason. So yeah, anyway. Let's just get your... What was it? Get meshes to merge? Yikes. Alright, so the merged entity object is you. The merging entity object is owner. Let's just fucking unbegin play. I don't have an entity actor, do I? Do I have a get entity? No. Fuck it. Cast to... Should probably change that, right? Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah. Is there any reason that this needs to be a component and not just like a static, like a global function? I guess if I wanted to do any kind of timing. Because why would I need to hold on to the entity objects to merge? Because I could just... I'd have to iterate every time I wanted to update it though. I guess it's it trades memory for performance. But not really. It's not. It's, well, Joe Machapikos. That is so true. So true, so true. Yeah, I'm trying to think, does this even need to be a bloody component? Maybe this could just be like a function library. Function. Or a subsystem that can then queue a bunch of requests to merge or to create a new mesh. Can be a Picos? Yeah, true. No, it can't. Well, actually... Retrol, hello. What do you think about Unreal Compact Sample Approach, using interfaces everywhere instead of cast, get game instance to do something interface? I haven't looked at it specifically myself, but I think that it can kind of be overkill to interface everything, especially for something as... like static as a game instance, you know? I feel like that's overkill. Like, you could just do a... you know, a child of game instance called crop out game instance base and implement... If you needed multiple, like, game instances, different game instances or something. I can kind of see why they do it because it's an example project. Because it kind of helps to decouple things. Because that means that if you wanted to replace the game instance with your own, all you'd have to do is implement the interface on your game instance. Rather than reparent your game instance to the crop out one or whatever. So there's definitely pros and cons. A lot of the time it can just add extra work without any real gain. But there are some places where interfaces are kind of what you have to do. Anim blueprints are a good example. Like, anim blueprints don't... Like, their hierarchy... If you make a child anim blueprint, it isn't... It's a fucking nightmare. Like, it just doesn't do what you'd expect it to do. So for an anim BP, you end up having a bunch of different anim BPs that derive straight from anim BP. You know, because they have, like, a different skeleton assigned to them, and they're not, like, compatible with one another. So that's somewhere that you'd use an interface to be like, oh, you know, toggle the look at IK thingo. And you'd just do an interface, rather than, like, having to... Because, you know, you'd have your humanoid anim BP and your cow anim BP, and you'd want both of them to be able to look at people using, like, some procedural looking shit. And so, yeah, that's where I'd use an interface. But for a lot of gameplay stuff, I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with casting. Like, an interface is a cast. It's a cast to, like, an abstracted object. basically. It's when you start casting to child classes that have all of, like, you know, if you've got a child character actor that has textures loaded in it and, you know, the character meshes as, like, hard references and whatever, and somewhere in a piece of code that is currently loaded, it's saying, in this edge case, let's just cast to this child class, and you know, and if it's this, do this particular thing, that child class would always be loaded, even if it wasn't loaded, you know? Like, if you had a goblin character, and you had, like, some fire ability, and you wanted this kind of edge case where it's like, oh, you know, if it's a goblin, then the goblin plays this funny animation. So, because if you were using a cast for that, if you didn't have a goblin even in the level, the goblin asset would still be loaded in memory because there's a cast that's creating a hard reference or like a dependency chain. So it kind of depends. Yeah, Goblin D's? Hell frickin' yeah. What do you think about Epic adding nanite for scaly meshes? Have they confirmed that? I mean, I guess it would be cool. I'd be interested to see how it looks, because I know that nanite WPO looks a little bit, like, jittery sometimes. Don't even know what's going on. Yeah, me neither. Actually, Sov, you're probably a good person to ask. So, I'm thinking, therefore I am. No, I'm thinking, with my latest rework of the refactor, I want I want to do more, like, composition of logic and stuff, right? And so I'm just thinking about my old equipment, like, Scaly merging system was, like, hierarchical in, like, a annoying way. So, like, what I want to do is to be like, this asset or this entity or whatever, when it is equipped, has its own little behavior nugget, and it will execute that, you know. And I've heard you throw around the term visual definitions, or, like, definitions in general, and I'm guessing that's kind of like what I want to go for, but for like a bunch of stuff, not just for the visually thingos. Just to kind of keep in line with how everything is just an entity now. And, you know, we can put characters in boxes, and we can put items in boxes, but we can't wield characters as weapons, but we can wield characters' limbs as weapons, because limbs are, you know, they have a equipable, you know, something that tells us that they are usable as a weapon, and then when they are equipped, provides us with a move set. Whereas picking up a character is, well, we can't hold a character, but we can haul a character. Unless they're really small, in which case we probably could use them as, like, a flail. But that would be an edge case. So I'm just thinking of, like, yeah, good ways to do that kind of thing. I got definitions to their instance U objects that are editable inline. Yeah, gotcha. So I'm thinking the way I do it would be with data assets, which would add a little bit of kind of clunky... It's not as easy to make just like quick little changes, but it would... By instance U objects, this is something that Elliot couldn't answer, I think. If you're using instance U objects for stuff, because I remember like Elliot was showing me an example where he would add a thing. So like he'd have an array of stuff, and when he added one, it would have the editable properties underneath it. So like there'd be a float and a thing and a thing and a whatever, and then he'd add another one which would have different properties and whatnot. But I'm wondering if you're doing this and then you spawn 1,000 of that thing, of like that item, does it duplicate the object, or is it like an object that everything is pointing to read its data? If that makes sense. Because that's why I was thinking of using data assets. And just, having a list of data assets like a default clothing visual definition. And then if I wanted to have a specific one that had like, a torch on the helmet or something, I'd just make a child class of that, override the function, and, be like, add the point light component on top of the character or whatever. Because my main concern is that if even like if it's small data, just like floats and whatever, if it's duplicated, potentially 1 million times, then it would start to add up. Which is why I was thinking, static. What's it called? We only use instance data inside of a data asset. Gotcha. Okay. So can you create a... Inside of a data asset. I think I know what you mean. So you have a... So you've got like a sword data asset or something, and then you have a visual definition data asset. No, I'm confusing myself now. So like access and components, but for U object. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm doing, basically. Like my entity object, entity data asset, entity static data, has a static definitions field, and I'm just using a map because it's... Because I'm looking them up by tag rather than iterating through by like class or something. I figured it's just quicker to do, especially as it grows bigger and bigger. But yeah, it would just map a tag, so like visual definition, to the thing. And yeah, and that's basically like a component that whenever I need to get it, I can just get it from the map and call the function on it that basically says, when this happens, do this thing, and when this happens, do this thing. But this was for the instance data. Yeah. So I'm thinking I just... Yeah, I get what you mean. So can you make a data asset instance? Oh, actually no, because then I guess if I wanted to share something between... Yeah, no, okay, now I remember what I was getting at. If I had like 1,000 helmets and I had a default helmet or even just default clothing definition, I'd want them to all point to the same thing. No, because they would need to have their own meshes in them. So yeah, no, they would have to have their own definition. So that they derive from the same definition class, but it would then have the helmet's meshes and whatnot. In which case, yes, it would make sense for that to be an instance data asset. And data assets meant to be read-only? Yeah, exactly. Or not... I mean, they're supposed to be read-only. You can technically change them at runtime, but it's like it's a global... There's like only one copy of the data asset, and everything points to that. So if you change something on the data asset, it would change it for everything that was looking at it. Let me see, UE5 instance data asset. Instance variable data asset shape values. Instance data usually isn't another data asset because data assets are already instances. The instance data usually isn't another data asset because data assets are already instances. Confusion. Potential. So, Asset user data stuff. I don't think so. There's a plugin on GitHub that... My static mesh, it's a variable. Let me see. Can I get a ball? There's one. Huh. Huh. And these are derived from asset user data? I'm guessing it's a fucking... it's not exposed. I'd have to make a base one. Yeah. Ah, right. No, still no. Asset user data. Data. Yeah, I'd probably have to make like a base. It was there. User. Oh, sorry, asset. Oh, there it is. Hello. He's stupid. All right, wait. Oh, wait, I can't. I can't derive from it. I'd have to go asset guideline. Don't think I'm gonna touch the assets. Check on load for guidelines. Yeah, I can't child from that. Yeah, I guess it's YOLO. So what? Then you can just do. Oops. Oops. Just like a PDF. Yeah, okay. And that can go on any asset. So if I have a if I had a static mesh component and then get static mesh and then user data, datasmith user data. Yeah, who is Data Smith? It's a very common last name, Data Smith. Anyway, whatever, that would return a thingo. I'm guessing I'd have to write a function to be able to get it from there, and then can just get stuff from a static mesh. It's kind of spicy. Yeah. True. Oh, so if I had this... Yeah, and then that says default, there's the boolean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 That's kind of spicy. Yeah, I just wonder if it well no, I guess if it's in a data asset, then it can't balloon. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. A new object class. Gotcha, gotcha. And then because it's existing in a data asset, there's only going to be one of them loaded at a given time. Anyway. So then instead of entity static data pointing to... So I've got the entity static data here. We'd have the definitions here. This would just be tag to definition object or something. And then I can do inheritance and generic functions and blah, blah, blah. But then when I click it and be like, oh, this is a piece of equipment that when it gets merged to the character has a different mesh depending on if it's, you know, on the left shoulder or the right shoulder or something. And I'd click that, and then it would automatically populate with the, you know, like an array of structs or like a map of the slot tag to the meshes that it would use. But then if this was something simpler, like a helmet, it would just be like, oh, when it's equipped, it equips this mesh. Or merges this mesh. And because that's in this data asset, it's very interesting. I'm trying to think of instances that I'd want to share the exact same thing between a bunch of stuff. As in like the data assets point to another data asset that's unaltered. Like a list of base properties. They share then have a data asset variable in the instance. Oh, okay, yeah. So like a default. No, but then it would still have the extra data variables. I'm thinking like, yeah, if I wanted a I'd probably want additionals anyway though. Because I'm thinking like, let's just say there's like 1,000 items, right? And all 1,000 of those items have the same default properties. So they all have a weight, they all have a temperature, they all have a, you know, condition or whatever. And a bunch of other stuff. If I was using... Do you know what I mean? Like, instead of having a separate array with the same entries for every single one, I could just have a data asset that they all look at. And then if... But then it's like, okay, well, if this one thing has one extra default property, I have to make a new data asset for that particular one that has all of the previous ones, but then also the ones that this has. But if it's something as simple as just an array of classes, then it's kind of chill. So you could have a base properties, base default properties, and then a additional default properties field. I don't know. Brain exploding. So with a with an instanced object, do you need to classify all of the variables in C++, or do you just need to set up the initial instance object class in C++ and then any exposed variables? Like with the with that user asset data thingo, how I just in Blueprint instance editable and it appeared. There's the class and the array variable. Ah, right, gotcha. So this array here, or map, or whatever it is, yeah. Because it would need an extra tag called... Well, not an extra tag, but it would need to... Yeah. So wait, can that do any object as an instance? In the array? Is it instance property tag? Gotcha. Wouldn't it be cool if you could just do that in Blueprint? Yeah, no, I getcha. Interesting. Fucking mosquito, get out. Goddamn mozzies. I'm just thinking now. I'm just reflecting on my life. Up until this point. Yeah, and so then I'd use the objects to... I'd implement generic functions in the objects and be like, hey, when this happens, when we get picked up by a hand, well, that's the default function, but then we have the child class, which is like the something. Or we could even like, nest objects within objects within objects. Or like, nested instance objects within instance objects. Brain explosion. Because that way we wouldn't have to... Item defs have overridable functions for onUse item. The uItems onUse item will just iterate through the instance data and call their function. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Because I'm thinking like... you could basically like compose behaviors. Because like there's like a weird kind of Venn diagram for a lot of my items and stuff where it's like, okay, if it is picked up by a grabber, which is like a hand or... a creature's mouth or a crane or something. If it's grabbed, then, if it's a piece of clothing, we want it to simulate physics and use a physics handle to attach to the point. So, it like flops around and whatever. But if a piece of clothing is equipped to the body of a character, then it has... or, it might be a single, if it's in this slot, then it puts this on the character's mesh merge array of meshes. And, forces the character to remerge and whatnot. But, like, a sword, when it gets held, gets socketed to a bone on, like, the character or whatnot. Or if it gets stored, it gets... there's, like, a place that it gets socketed to and whatnot. But then for something like a helmet might have, when it's in the world, it might just be a static mesh with simulated physics, and then when we pick up the helmet, we might want to socket it, but when it gets equipped to our body, we merge it to the character. So there's like, if I was to like write a specific data asset type or object type for each possible combination of all the things that, can happen to it, I'd end up with like hundreds of classes. So I think doing a visual definition object instance that contains other... Yeah, you know what I mean? Like we'd have the definitions map, which has a tag to the definition, and then that definition would have tags which would have sub-objects that, so like, it would basically say visual definition on spawned in world this object on, well, this that would be a data asset though. Hmm. But yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, yeah, yeah. Or would it? I mean, it could just be an object. Instance data. Well, I wouldn't need to instance. Well, no, I would. Hmm. 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 How much performance does all this merging actually get? You mean like mesh merging? Mesh merging is like #1 performance saver for characters and stuff. In fact, if you watch my devlog number 11, I actually show that even having like, you know, four materials on a character is like very bad if you've got like 800 characters on screen. Even hundreds of performance, exactly. Hundreds of performances. Hundreds of performers. Alright, I'll be right back. But then we'll actually get started on this whole new world of bullshit. So, see you in a sec. Alright, I'm back. So, let's do a mind map. We have a thing. We have an E. E. This is entity static data, an ESD. It's like LSD, but it's cooler. Okay. In this, we've got a bunch of stuff. We've got a, you know, what's its actor class, what's its object class, whatever. Then we basically compose it from there, right? What the fuck is this thing? So, we would have an array or a map. A map would get weird if we needed multiple things that, you know what I mean? But I don't think we should ever have conflicts with these definition thingos. So I think tags might be okay. Or we could just write a C++ function to iterate through the array to find the one that has the tag blah blah blah. Or just by class. I don't fucking know. You know, like get definition by class or something. Kind of like how you'd get component by class. Anyway. So we have these things that essentially define what this thing does do. Right? Which is like components. It's like a component. But not like a component. But it is kind of like a component. So I'm just thinking what we were looking at before. Like here, where we do this kind of shit. I still don't know how to structure all of this. Well, yeah, I guess we just have a visual definition, which would be an instance one. So visual definition. Which could then have its own... So this is like a map from tag to object thing. But then this one could have an instance of this, which says when, you know, on... how the fuck would I do that? So I'd have an object class for us to instance that says, here's what we do when you call this function on me. We do this stuff. So we'd have an onEquip object, which would have a function called onEquip, which would then run some shit. You know, add me to the character merger or whatever. Or maybe this would be called mergeable mesh. No, well, So maybe these tags would be called like on character, in world, or when equipped, when held, when in world, when blah blah blah. And they would be object classes. So that we'd map the tag to an object class, which is purple, funnily enough. So the object class defines the behavior. And then depending on the object class, that would have its own sub-variables. Like, when merged to character, we do this object. This object has its own set of params. Like, it's got this, like this one has an array. Oh no, this one has a map of equipment slot to array of meshes for this particular one. So if it's a backpack, maybe it's just one mesh. But if it's a backpack and it's on the back, then use this mesh. If it's a backpack but we've got it slung over our shoulder, then use this mesh. And if it's on the other shoulder, use this mesh. Or if it's a pouch or something, if it's on the, you know, belt front thing, use this one, that one, that one, that one. But then for something else, like a regular piece of clothing, that would be its own different object called default clothing merge definition, which would have a different set of variables, like here's the meshes. Or, no, we'd have... Well, yeah, we might have like a map of hide flag to the set of meshes to do. So if we had default, use these meshes. If, you know, pants on, then we use the shirt tucked in meshes, or the shirt tucked in mesh, but the same sleeves as the other one. But then if we have the arm armor on, then we use, you know, blah, 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 blah. So that could be, like, different logic and stuff. All good, stuff, all good. Thanks for that. Yeah, no, yeah, it's definitely, it would definitely be very pog. I think I will go down that route. A combination of that and data assets. Because it seems extremely handyful. I guess it's just a matter of knowing where to use that and where to use data assets. Because, yeah, I think in this case, for something like defining the meshes of armor and stuff, it's like, yeah, like, they're all, like, the whole point of there being different armor static data in the first place is because they use different thingos. Yeah, so then I could do an armor definition object. That armor definition object would, when it's equipped to the character, would apply armor values. Sometimes it might be bodily, sometimes it might be sectional, sometimes it might be global. Yeah. Yeah. Prime, hello, hello. How are you? Tell me about your day. Alright, I need to stew on this again. I'm going to stew on that big time. But in the meantime, we are going to do some visuals, maybe? Maybe? What's something I could do? I could do more texture repurpose. repurposing. Repurpose the textures. Getting your daily height lerp? Yeah. Oh, look at that height lerp. Hell yeah. Look at that sweet, sweet height lerp. Can't live with him, can't live without him. That's right. It is a part of every balanced breakfast. Also, I'm going to up my bit rate now that now that everyone's asleep. You know what I mean? Pretty nice. Hope you're doing well. That's great. That's great. Glad to hear it. So we've only got one more day until we work on Prismatica again. Shit. Sheesh. Yeah, real. No cap. Yeah, I kind of wanted to do something with this wall texture. An interesting idea. I'm going to export. I'm going to put them in the in and out folder. All O1 BC and all O1 normal. Wanted to chuck that in Photoshop. Although actually I don't know if the... Son of a bitch, can I not... Oh, you fuck it. Alright, let me do it again. Export. Edit, actions, export as a targa file. Delete this one in there. Hey, now we have the alpha channel. So I wanted to... I don't know how this will tile. I think I'll have to manually... Oh, actually, let's see if Photoshop 2015 tiling. Nah, it's fine. I can just... No. So something I wanted to do was for this tiling texture, I wanted to get a random, basically do a random seed for the bricks. Although not actually random seed, but like, oh no, actually, mate, yeah, well, no, well, no. Well, Maybe I'd want to do a UV. Fuck, I need to do that in a different program though. No, I could totally do it in here. How would I want to do it though? As a grayscale mask or... Oh, I need 2 channels to do it as a fucking thingamajig. Yeah. But it would be cool. Basically, something you can do... I could turn this into a UV map in a weird way. So, like... You know how a UV map usually looks like, you know, it's fucking red and it's blah 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 and it's got the yellow and the pokey and the mon and the whatever. Something you can do is like, if I colored in the... It's kind of like pivot painting, right? But with a texture. So you'd get the UV color at the middle of this brick and then apply that to the whole brick. And that would mean if you used this brick pattern to sample a noise pattern, you would get, like, the brick would all be the one value that was at that point in the texture. Do you know what I mean? So you could have this brick pattern, but then you could apply, like, I don't know, lines to it, and then all of the bricks in that line would be that color. Which you could do with, like, world space noise, and then you wouldn't see any seams. But might be overthinking it. I wonder if I can do a... Oh, fuck you. I wonder if I can just do curves to get this decent. Alright, let me do a copy. Nah, it's not gonna work. Nah. Man, we are getting good masking here. But then we get weird shit down here. I wonder if I can do an inverse. No, because it's just too similar down there. I mean, I could go in and fucking hand select, but that's like not ideal. Let's see how good it... Oh god, it cannot operate on big textures well. If I do this with a tolerance of... Wait, how the fuck do I do tolerance? Or is that only for Magic Eraser that you can do? Yeah, tolerance. Yeah. Oh. Old school Photoshop. So if I did this, yeah, okay, tolerance of 1 is not ideal. I could just go through and kill all the whites. Huh? But no, that's not gonna... Because essentially what I'd want to do is just create a mask between... Oh, I could try do this with the... No. No. Oh. Give it a shot. This could work. That might be enough contrast. It's close. If I did a denoise on it, and then I could manually clean it up. Nah, that won't work. I wonder if the original had an AO mask. AO mask. Let me have a geese. Let me have a geese. Prismatica game. Externals. Texture dump. Laudenfeld dump. What do we have in here? Let me look for wall. No. As if they don't have... Yeah, they don't. Specular maps and shit. No AI maps. Or is that just the ones that... that I exported? Surely they would have had. Like that one's got an M. What's the M stand for? I don't know. But yeah, that's AO. Height. Something else. Majorly cool. That's right. That's right. So like if that one has one, why would the wall not? So I'm guessing that I just exported my textures. Yeah, roof and then da-da-da. Oh, I don't want to have to re-download that fucking pack. Oh my god. But if I did have the AO map, then yeah, I could create a proper boundary map for it. And I really don't want to do it by hand. But I may have to kill myself. Oh, what are you doing? Mosquito, fuck off. I mean, this is doable. This isn't too bad, honestly. I just need to either paint this out or punch myself in the face 10 times. I'm leaning towards the second one. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, you know? Not everything in life is perfect. Or is it? Yeah, then the idea is that I could then fill this with random grayscale colors and then use that as a color mask for the bricks and the stuff. So black would be the mortar, white and various shades of gray would be the bricks. You know? The bricks. The bricks. Yeah, dub bricks. I think I'd want to actually do this on this layer. Because I'd want to get rid of that. Well, yeah, I don't know. It's probably not worth for this one right now, but... Ah, it's so close, though. It's so close. It's almost perfect. But, like, I know I'm gonna get issues with tiling. You know what I mean? Because, like, this version of Photoshop doesn't do tiling. Just gotta trust in my mouse painting skills. I could try Magic Select. Or not. Actually, that wasn't too bad. Hold on, let me make the size bigger. Because Magic Select doesn't just do color thresholds. It also does, like, edges and shit. except when it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? You fucking dumb dog. Yeah, fuck it. I'll just do it by hand. Oi. Oh, I had a tiny box selected. Whoops. Eh. Nice. Totally could do this with the AO map. Actually, you know what I could do? Why don't I just fucking... Why don't I just generate a fucking AO map? Why am I so fucking dumb? Open me up the damn normals, brother. Where? Unreal Engine. Yeah. Texture dump, Loadenfeld dump, Wall 01. Give me a AO map. AO. Oh. Kevin, hello. Stumbled upon your channel after searching for animation tutorials. Want to drop a big thanks for the advanced animation playlist. No worries. Hope it helped you out. I am in Australia, yes, and it's 1 AM for me, so pretty early in the night by my usual standards. Normal and depth AO. Normal and depth to AO. So I could use the... I could use the height map as well. Because, yeah, that... ooh, okay, hold on. Let me get the fucking there. Height. Hello. Save as... Ping. Height map. Wall 01. Height only. Oh, now we're fucking. Now we are... Oh, God. Normal depth. Normal depth. Normal depth. So I do want that as big as possible. This one I also want as big as possible. As for the actual... I mean, kinda... Sounds like RuneScape music. It's probably because it is RuneScape music. Oh, that's pretty good, but then there's like some bits that aren't. Do I want to fill them in? Or, could export this and layer it on top. And then run contrast. Contrast after. Yeah, it's, you know... What's a smoothness map? Oh, that's a... I'd have to create that. Let me also create a height from normal and just see if we can... If we could get a more uniform... Nah, it's probably not gonna work super well. That ends up being pretty much the same as the original. Yeah, it's got these deep ones in there. That's got the deep ones in there, so... Yeah, nah. Alright, let me save this as Wall 01 Crevices. Bish, get in the right place. There you go. So then we could... Let me rasterize that. Let me... Darken with this? No, we'd want to lighten. Lighten... We'd probably want this to be the base layer though, right? Fuck that off. So wait, we've got this. That should go on top as a lighten layer. If this is the base... Oops. Why won't you fucking... Oh. Right. Could blur and then do it again. Like blur and then contrast. That's pretty decent. And then these would lighten on top. Well, probably not this one in particular, because it's a bit fucking noisy. That one's kind of useless, actually. But then this one... Well, that's just more definition, right? Even that one's not even needed. Honestly, that's probably fine. And then I just want to color in them at random. I feel like more... We need more black background. But I don't think we're going to get it from any of these. Actually, I could do an edge detection. Hold on. Not bad. Probably want to make that even darker. Or even blur it more and then darken. Yeah. Yeah, I frick with it. So then if we wanted to... Do I want that in there? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay, well then... kind of do like that noise though, this one. Just a tiny bit. So then in theory, we'd want to... Wait, which one's the main? This one. Right, I want to get a dupe of this. Put it up the top. Set to darken. Now, how does the fill in Photoshop work? Does it suck ass? Potentially. Set you to normal. Fill bucket. Hello, Phil. How are you? Fill bucket. Where the fuck is the... Where's the bucket? Here. Bucket tool. It does suck, but I could blur it after, so... It's all good. Oh, Kravia, hello, hello. Just looked here an hour ago. User term data assets means static object, of which there exists only one. And while that's true for data assets also specifically means an asset you can have in your content browser that can be loaded, unloaded by the asset manager. Yes, true, true, true. Those last two features you don't need for your visual definition stuff. User term, item definitions, and instance data. They want to clear out. Item definition is a Lyra term. True. Yeah, true. But U objects. Oh, for U object pseudo components, basically instance data is means U object you can edit in line, meaning you can create an instance of it in the editor while adding things to the map. Just confirm the so yeah, okay, yeah, like I figured it's not an instanced object, but it's like a it's almost like a child class of that object with different defaults. All U objects are instanced. Yeah. Yeah. Kevin, you don't know I was watching physical animation yesterday, currently following along. It says physical animation is an experimental class. Is it safe to use? Yeah. It's perfectly fine. I mean, if it crashes your engine, it crashes the engine, but that's very rare, and that happens with anything all the time. So I wouldn't worry about it. Are you in UE5 or UE4? 5.3 right now. Okay. Is it the There's sort of like there's two thingos. What's it called? There's two kind of physical animation types in UE5. There's like the old physical animation stuff, but then there's the physics control component, which all of the physics asset setup is the exact same, but the way that you control it at runtime is slightly different. But you can still use the old one, I'm like 90% sure, without any issues. Can I just separate? What if I put you as dark? You're just gonna override the nice noise and the other stuff. What if I Do a little blur first. The Gauzy boy. And obviously set it to normal for a sec. We do this. We do this. We do this. No, we do this. No, wait, we clip it. We clip it. There we go. That should be fine. And then if we go darken. What? How the fuck did that happen? Maybe I put this down. No, because that's gonna... Right, because we blurred it. Because I'm fucking dumb as hell. Alright, what I wanted to do was just... get the grey. Okay, what do I do? Curves? Chuck one in the mid. Chuck you up there. Fucker. Can I, like, not have these Bezier? Yep. That could work. Now I set you to darken. And then blur you. Oh, you still get shit there. Here's an idea. We do a blur. Oh, but they're not gonna... Fuck. Let's do... Eraser. And just fucking YOLO. Why are you grey? Right, you're just actually grey. Right, but then, hold on, then I just get rid of anything that isn't the original, the ones that I actually wanted to. This is so scuffed. I love manipulating textures. Alright, this is at least easier than the other thing we were gonna do. This might just look shit. This might just be a waste of time, but you never know until you try. No idea what linear versus sRGB or whatever. No one does. No one does. Trust me. No one knows. No one will ever know. Oops. There we go. Oh, that's a fucking fuck. Come back! Wait, you... Oh, fuck. Let me get the dropper tool. Or, hold on. I can save this. Salvaged. Too easy. Literally a Photoshop god. Just kidding. I want to die. Now that I think about it, I kind of want the mortar to be... It kind of depends, though. I kind of want the mortar to be grey and for these to be black. Which should be easy enough. Well, no, yeah, no, because they're all separated by the mortar, which if I wanted to have clean color differentiation. Now, how could I do that without punching myself in the neck repeatedly? Well, we'd need to get this, turn this into a mask, potentially? I don't fucking know. No, okay, so if I get this, you know, let's get nice and destructive. No, actually, let's copy them. And then merge them. Get rid of everything below. So now we've just got this and that. This can get curves did to... What's the midpoint? 128. 128, 128. Like this, then that can be used as a lighten over the top of this after I no, if that's a lighten. So this would have to go over the top as a darken, but darker. Okay, that's not too bad. Ah, well, no, yeah, now I see. Fuck, so I'd have to do a... I have an idea? If I... Hold on. If I was stupid... then If I was... I need these to be darker than those ones. But how can I... Oh, I could do something really scuffed. Such as... Yeah, hold on. What if I did... No, I can't select pics. Oh, can I create a... No, I want to fucking... Fuck you. How do... No, that... This one here. Which should be... Oh, fuck. Okay, well that was correct. Hold on. I want that to be black, yeah. So then I want to do this as a clipping mask. For that. No, but the other way around. So invert. That's it. There's a tiny bit of fuckery there. So I'd want to adjust the curves of the clipping mask. Like that? Yeah? Good enough. What the fuck happened there? Your shit. Right, so then I can just clean up. Oh, using the white... What the fuck? The white brush. Why is it drawing black? Huh? Fuck it, I'm gonna erase it. There we go. Shit. In Adobe Flash? Hell yeah. Anyway, I can fuck off. Let's see if this works, maybe? Question mark? Merge them? I don't like that little bit of fringing, but... maybe a little denoise. Fuck it, yeah. Oh, actually, I could do a darken blur, like a negative bloom. Good enough, yeah. Cool. Fuck, I've already... It's fine. Or is it? Good enough. Winner. Alright. Save as. Really shitty color mask. Fuck, I just spent half an hour doing some real bullshit. The BC color mask, the hide only. The normals, that's it. That's gonna go into the... No, that should be the color mask. This should be the alpha, which is gonna be the height map. This is the color mask. Like this. I think because this came from Photoshop, this is technically correct. And then the height map. Do we want to contrast you? Maybe? I don't know. Nah. Nah, I think that's already normalized, so... Yellow. That actually looks like it turned out decent nuts. Let's call this wall 01 Pris underscore brick wall 01 and save output image. We get an error. That's good. So then if we go to Prismatica, we go to textures. We go to Fuck, where does this live? The new Prismatica textures V125666666. Pre-master. That is supposed to be linear. Save upload images, thank you. Can I tell you to fuck off? Thank you. Get out of here. Back, forward. That's better. Oops. Fuck. How do I... There we go. How do you add nodes in the fucking... Fuck it. Also, I just want to look at this grey value. That looks very dark. If I then go to rocky ground. No, they're what's something that has a color mask? Foliage? Flowers. Atlas. Atlas. So it's that versus that. So that's not right. Fuck, did I even... Yeah, I did. So that needs to be linear. Yeah. Or, no, that needs to be... Fuck. This one. But sRGB here. But then run through our little dude. Or something. Or summit. Not saying back. In it. Not saying in it. That's that grey. That grey. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice height map. Very sensual. And then we have this. In it. No, I'm saying in it. In it. Let's see how it runs. Get a little test run. Wall. O1 texture. This one. Browse to Pris, brick wall, O1. Bam. Very interesting. still feel like that height map needs to be contrastier. Is there a way to make the height map of the bricks more random? Not retroactively, but when you're making a thing. Yeah, so one thing that I was saying earlier, you can kind of pivot paint textures. So like, as an example, if I knew the coordinate, like the UV color value of the middle of this brick, so maybe it was like reddy, yellow, green or some shit, I don't know. If I knew the coordinate of the middle of the brick and then applied that to the whole brick, including like this shit here, you could then use a noise sample. You could then sample noise to then color the bricks, if that makes sense. Like, you could use a different texture to choose the colors of the bricks, or essentially make it actually random. And if it was in world space, then even across multiple tiles of the same normal map texture, you would get different colors. Or different heights, like you could do a height offset. In this case, I'm not really worried about it because it's obviously not going to be going on the ground like that. It's going to be going on walls. And walls are, well, mostly bricks. What's the original one? Number 3? No. No. Oops. It is number 1. Yes. Big, thick boys. Could have each individual brick have their own unique grayscale color, I assume? Well, that would be if you wanted to randomize the color within the one texture. Or like within the one material. But if you wanted to randomize it between different tiles of the same texture, then you'd want to do like a UV map. You could do, yeah, a different grayscale ID for each brick. But then the ones that cross over the tiling would break between different tiles. So you'd have to have them just be, I don't know, anyone that crosses over the border would have to be a fixed. But then you'd just get weird. Yeah. I think I had a few examples on like UV distorting. I'll just go texture UV. No, I must have got rid of them. Or like bubble. Or sphere. I might be able to find them actually. No, it's the UV helper. Are they in here? No. But yeah, like essentially if you get a UV, which I could probably do by doing, I could just set one up. Mode, RGB, Chanel's, red, gradient, white to black. How the fuck do I... Oi. Alright, fuck it. I'm just going to do it this way. Alright, we're going to get this. We're going to do red. Well, no, we're going to have a base of black. We're just going to grab a gradient of red. That's not a... There we go. Also, that has to... There we go. Alright, there's that, and then this one is green. That's not even true red. What am I doing, brother? Give me red. Anyway, this is dumb as fuck. What are you doing? No, you're... I just want to show the cool thing. Fuck. Do UVs go this way? Oh, it doesn't even matter. And just add that. Add? Add? Oh, linear dodge. There we go. It's supposed to be around. Let's just merge these together. And just flip it. Oops. Wait, what way do UVs go? It's like that, right? 0. Anyway, fuck it. So yeah, what you could do is... Like, if I get this point here... what's the brush? Shortcut? B? Just make it bigger. So if I... What's the dropper tool? I? So I... B. So I... B. 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 Flossing. One more here. I... B. Oh. I... Click. B. Click. There we go. Alright, so here's like a stupid example. So if we put this into a dude... Why can I not just... Wow, that compression though. Let me do this as HDR. Why not? Easy, easy. Oh, no, not easy. What the fuck? It's like real HDR, you shitlord. That's it, that's it. Alright, so we could get very stupid texture. And if we said... get the Charlie thumbs up texture. But then used this as the UVs. Can see that it's like getting at that point. Obviously, because I've feathered it, it's kind of distorted. But it's basically at that point, everything will sample that pixel. So it's like pivot painting in a way. So you could do that with the bricks to sample a, you know, if I get a, let's see, like a pattern of like lines. Do we have any lines? Any liners? One called It's a Line. And we then did a panner. Wrong way. Why doesn't real-time preview ever work? So you can see here, it's, you know, when it crosses over the middle of the balls, they turn white. So it's essentially like you could sample a point on a noise texture as the color of an entire thing. Do you know what I mean? So that's an example of how you could do randomly colored bricks, because then you could use, if I actually undo that, and do like multiple of these, right? But we said, like if we were doing something in world space, like, like noise, 3D, texture, position would be it would definitely work better with just a classic. So this would be our UVs. We'd then want to get a world position. I can't be bothered using my brain, but you get the point. You could you could use a world space texture to determine the shape, the color of the fucking whatever. We get it. We get it, you smoke weed. Brick is physically simulated. Its color will change as it moves. If you're doing it in world space, yes. If you get my questions, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I enjoy. I'm an enjoyer. That doesn't look too bad. Maybe this was a success? How's it? How's it? It's good. It's good. I kind of want to... nah, that's fine. I guess the mortar kind of sludges out. Big sludgy boy. Let's get a little bump. Little bumpy boy. Any bumpers in the chat? What? Yo, who up bumping? They MF offset? Parallax. Real question is, Joe, much it cost? $2.50. So then if we wanted to do da ding, the thing with the stuff where we lerp a other shittier texture, like wall or tree, bucket, and then do a height lerp where we would get this, subtract 1. Or, no, do we... what do we fucking... Does that use the blue? It do. It does do. Blue, add, divide by 2. Subtract 1. Vertex color. Multiply by 2. Add these together. Apply some fatty ass contrast. Fuck yeah, boy. Smash that up to 5. Smash that MF like. That goes into a lerp, which then lerps between this and this, then go into that, and then also a lerp between this and another color. That ain't it, Captain. That should be this way and this way. Good morning, everybody. Yes, okay, so this is how we do it, basically. Yo, imagine not being able to paint vertex color nanite users in shambles. Well, actually... Imagine we got one of those guys again. Hell yeah. Give me those balls. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think this looks good. I think this texture's pretty decent. If anything, I would... maybe just expand dong the, Oh no, because this is grey now, so I'd have to do like a contrast. Like, these biscuits? Oh, no, maybe like a weird fucking double fucker. Know what I'm saying? Not worth. It's fine. Dongus expandus. Hell frickin' yeah. Yeah, cool. What's another cool color scheme? Color schema. Oh! Donkey Kong. Yo! Yeah, Dongy Kongus. Dongus Kongus. Oh, you know what we could do? Hold on. Check me out. Oh, is the alpha gonna work here? No, I guess not. No, I didn't. Fuck it. Well, you know what we could do? We could... we could gay it up. Hell yeah. Yeah, they're turning the walls gay. Pog? beautiful. Stunning, stunning. Some kind of wokey. How do you do, like target? Color D's, no. No, that's only with landscape, isn't it? Oh no, I can literally just fucking say go to grey. Go to bread. Homer! Homie! Huh? Oh, right, that's the... Oh, okay, hold on. So that's this stuff. Then this is this, that, this, that, this, that. Yeah, who up with they cobalt brickin'? Yeah, this is kind of based. This is kind of basted. I do like this, because yeah, again, it's solid colors with a little bit of cringe. You know what I mean? Like that. Prismatica bricks, that's right. How does it look like when they're tiled, actually? Well, this is already tiled 3 times. But then obviously I'd need to, why the fuck did that instance? Get back in the hole. Can't even tell it's tiling. Nanite users in shambles. I mean, like, you can tell it's tiling. If I did this thing... Yeah. Yeah, what do you mean it has 7 million tries? Yeah. Bad luck, bad luck. But yeah, this looks pretty nice. Nice texture. What's another one I could do? Oh, I could do Wallow 3. This one. Is there enough data in this one? That's literally just... I'd just be using the height map. Although I could do the kind of random... the random bits. Or, actually, if I used the normals to generate AO... AO! Yo, Lies of Venus? How do I... How do I choose which... Do you know what I mean? Because, like, this ain't the... It's not a height map. Well, it's obviously... No, that's just using... Yeah, the color as the height. Dumbass. Anyway, let's create an AO map. Yeah, that's definitely not the... I think I just want to use the normals anyway. I think that's literally it. But I do want it higher contrast. So yeah, I'd have to yeet it out. Well, I mean, in that case, I may as well leave it grayscale. So what's the difference in the pixel depth? What does that even mean? Literally no difference. In it. Literally. All right, then let's save you as Wall03 AO. And then in Photoshop, we make a new one. Oh, we just say AO BMP. And then we get our curves. Our curves. We do our little adjusty boy to figure out where the things are. Where's a rock and where is not? You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is like little ones in between, but you know, that's good enough. And then we would color in random rocks with, well, we'd want to curves clip this up to the midpoint. Fuck. 128. 128. Cool. And then we need to color in bits black. But we're gonna get shitty. I can put the tolerance up actually. To like 70. I'm still gonna have to. Could I invert and then... No. I can figure it out. Can I though? I wish it had like... Not shit, you know? Oh, I could do all layers. Does that mean if I did it here, it would... Ah, okay, that's what I want to do. Fill using all layers, but only on this layer. Because then I can blur it and put it underneath. Know what I mean? Doing things randomly, it's not random, you know? You know what I mean? If you do it by hand. It's like, oh yeah, we need a little bit over here. Oh wait, no, now there's too much pattern going on. You know what I mean? Fuck. Anyway, so now I can slightly blur these out. Like this. And then crunch them. Oh wait, no, that won't do the fucking... Okay, I need to fill the rest in with white. Like this. Now I can blur it. And then I can... curve adjustment. Basically make them fat as. Big fat boys. Then I can put that at the bottom. And apply this as a lightening layer. No, I can't. I'm fucking dumb. Hold on. Okay, no, we go back. We go to here, and we just blur them a tiny bit. Oh, fuck, no, but then... Yeah, no, okay, we blur it a tiny bit to get rid of that feathering, and then we duplicate the layer. There we go. What a fucking hack. Save as Wall 03 color mask. Save. Blender. Open up the damn textures. Wall 03 PNG normal color mask. Bam. Mm-hmm. 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 Stone wall 01. Stone wall, brick wall, very different, very different. If we get whatever that was in. think I have screwed something up. Ah, sRGB, my old friend. You piece of shit. That looks about right, yeah. That looks like a height map, for sure, for sure. A little bit... you know. So I just did a good old replace-arino with the stone wall. 01. Success. Decent. Descent. And then for this one, we just used a fucking, I don't know, rocky ground. Oh. Praise rocky ground. Yeah. I can frick with that. I definitely think the color mask is good. Even if it's like used a lot more subtly, obviously, like it's like they're both essentially the same color. But then just do a tiny variation, you know, maybe this one's more saturated or some shit. And maybe slightly, I don't know, bluer. Because then you don't notice that it's tiling and whatnot. Also, the normals on that are so fucking intense. Why are they so crazy? It's using a shader that does something close to class simulation with wind. I was wondering if it can be used for haircuts. If that word like used for fur. Oh, yes. Yes. That would actually be a really good use of it. Trying to think if there'd be any complications, but no, I think that would work pretty perfectly, yeah. Yes. It's a yes. It's a yes from me. I'm good, thanks. How are you? I've just been working on some textures for the past hour. Well, 2 textures. And by working on, I mean editing, not actually creating from scratch. Why is that inverted? That's better. So glad that's an option. Flip green channel. Can I go use Simulate an acting component? There's a plugin in Marketplace that allows that. Do you know this originally not possible because it's unsafe or something? It's not that it's unsafe or something. It's that a timeline is a component. So, and you can't register components to components. So that's why the limitation is there. I'm guessing what the plugin does is has like a proxy actor in the world that it will then, you know, spawn the timeline on and then feed it back. Or it would just... Maybe you can attach a timeline to the world. But yeah, it would be perfectly fine. So yeah, if you need to use a timeline in a component, yeah, that plugin would be good. I don't know why they... I don't know. There's a lot of stupid stuff in the engine that is just there because no real reason. Proxy actor is yucky and sucker. Yeah. Serious question, but are there tools to just take a texture and generate normal map / WPA bot maps from it, or does that require some more complex AI? Yes, it's called Materialize, and I'm using it right here. So if I wanted to take a diffuse texture and then generate a normal map from it, I'd go create. And then we can, like, frick around with some stuff. You know, that looks decent. Shape recognition, rotation, fucking something, something. Don't know what that's doing. I shouldn't fuck with it. Well, actually, no, that looks fine. And what's that doing? Rotation. Oh, spread. And then a bias. Oh, as in a left-right bias. Right. Oh. Okay, maybe I'll set that back to default. Yeah, but this does a very good job. Bit more manual. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, this is they use this in like Uncharted and stuff apparently. This program. I think to take like photo scans and turn them into normal maps and shit. I don't know. That's what it says on the sketchy looking website that I downloaded it from. But yeah, and then you can generate a height map. You know, create height map from, you know, from normal map. Blah, blah, blah. No, do it from normals, you idiot. There we go. Rundy 5.4 can do it? No, I doubt it. I doubt it. .4 would only be able to do like pixel manipulation. I honestly, I'd just use this program. Like, it's super easy, and you literally just put in, like, it can generate a normal map from a color, you know, texture. It can generate an AO map from a height map or from a normal map. You can generate a height map from a normal map, which is what this is. And, you know, that looks pretty accurate. Makes normal from height map. Yeah, so the normal from height map is just like a pixel offset. You know, it offsets the pixel up, down, left, and right, and just measures the difference between the height map. Or you can do it with, like, DDX, DDY. But, yeah. I mean, I do use this to just, you know, if a marketplace texture didn't have a normal map for some reason, I could yeet it from there, and it would be, you know, relatively good. Yeah, it's normally just like a secondary option, less quality, more manual process. Well, a more manual process would be creating the texture in the first place, you know? So, like, when you use, you know, Quixel Mixer or something, you kind of do them all at once. Or by, like, essentially, like, creating, like, a model, like an actual 3D model, that you then bake the normals from. So you bake the difference between a flat plane and this model, you know, with all the displacement and shit. And cast rays from it. Drawing the Quixel is based on a real photo. Yeah, but, like, they can do stuff like, take photos from multiple, you know, angles to get, like, actual displacement and height. You know, you can do, like, LiDAR scanning to get height detail. And then you can use that height detail to get the normals, you know, the difference between height from pixel to pixel. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I'm literally just vibing. I want to make the rocks shiny, but the thingy. Crazy, yeah, Crazy Bump's a classic. Yeah, nice. Yo, who up covering up all the gold with they blue bricks? Anyway, I'm bored. Murloc, yeah, sorry. Let me check. Let me go up. Do you think it's possible to have a ribbon start off as a beam where both start and endpoint move the beam, but after a second or so it turns into a trail ribbon instead? Yes. It is possible. But I do not know how to do it. Basically, if the question is, can I do this? The answer is always yes. But how you do it is a whole different thing. What are some typical ways texts are typically packed together? Blah, blah, blah. So usually you'll get from an asset pack, or, you know, Quixel, for example, you'll have 3 textures. You'll have a diffuse, or like the color, you know, the color texture in RGB, and then usually a height map in the alpha. Then you'll have a normal map, which is just RG, sometimes B, but usually in the engine, if you use the normal map compression method, it will only sample R and G, but they're both 16-bit or 32-bit or something. It essentially uses the data from all 4 channels, but do you know what I mean? It uses the same memory as using all 4 channels of a regular texture. And then you have a third texture, which is the metallic specular roughness AO. Ayo! Yeah. Metallic specular roughness. Ambient occlusion. Yeah. So yeah, that's how most things are done. What I do for my project is I don't use the normal compression method. That's why you'll always see me doing this unpack normal, because usually if you sample a normal map that's actually set as normal map, so like sampler type normal, and you're using an actual normal map, like this, it will sample it from -1 to +1. But because I'm sampling them as a regular texture, I have to manually subtract 0.5 and then multiply by 2. If RGB needs alpha for translucent material, then I guess height map gets its own file. Yeah, exactly. Why are you sampling them as a regular texture? So with the compression settings, if I set this to normal, and we fix the errors and shit, the B and the A channel get discarded. Like, they no longer exist. So it will derive normals from the R and the G to be, like, normalized and shit. So that way I can't actually store height data in the B channel. Whereas if it's default, I can have RG here, I can have B, and I can have A. So usually you can't have a B or an A channel in a normal map, because of, like what I said before, where it will store it in a particular way that it is, like, higher quality or some shit. But I don't need quality. Quality's for suckers. So that's why I store them as a regular texture and then unpack them manually. And then you can see that, I can just use the B channel for the color mask and the A channel for the height mask and whatnot. So my method, my usual is RG for normals, B for a color mask, and then A for either a height map or an opacity. No, guys, don't use blue channel. Nah, so the blue channel is fake. And when you output normals, they get normalized anyway. So if you just have, like, a normal map's RG channel, and then you just append, well, I do it in here, you just append 1 into the B channel, then it will normalize that when it gets spat out. So then your RGB doesn't use the alpha then because you put the height map in the normal. Well, I don't have an RGB. That's, like, the whole point. I don't use RGB. Like, I don't use color textures. So that's why, I only use 1 texture per texture. So, like, this cliff is just 1 texture for the normals, the height data, and color mask. And same with, like, these bricks. We've got the normals, we've got the height data for the lerping, and we've got the color data for the things in there. Yeah. If we go to like the flower atlas, you can see this is the same. It's got RG normals. It's got B for a color mask. Very professional looking. And then A for the alpha. And so, again, all my foliage is just one texture. Rather than 3 per thing. That's not supposed to look like that. Hell yeah. Chuck it in this timestamp library. We're pogging. You know, so we can get a lot of variation from that. I like it. I like it. Just edit it if I needed to. All right, well, I reckon I might call it there for tonight. I'm going to be watching SovDev stream, but I might implement those instance object stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Or instance object. I don't know what we actually... What's the name? What's the actual name for it? Just created inline? Inline created objects? Instance data. Yeah. Instance data. That makes sense, because it's an instance of static data. I like the idea of instance data. It's essentially like creating a data... If it's... As long as it's in a data asset, as long as... It's basically like creating a data asset within a data asset, without having to go into a separate window and stuff. Because that object exists only within that other object. Or within that data asset, or whatever. Like, you would have to copy-paste the settings of it to get it anywhere else. Not gonna be yeah, exactly. So, like, I'd be using it for configuring lots of puzzle pieces, basically. Like, the puzzle pieces would all be static, but then I'm just using the kind of instance data method to put them all in these items and entities and that kind of shit. Going to be a reason we can use data assets probably loading stuff. Well, I can always do like a I don't know. I'll figure it out. When they reference each other, it shouldn't be. Yeah, that won't happen anyway. So fuck that. Where's my primary ID? Well, I don't know. I use... I have data assets referencing other data assets all the time. And it just, like, just works. Anyway, we are going to be raiding Mr. Sovragan Dev, who is working on Spannerlord. Space Bannerlord. There we go. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. I know we didn't actually... We literally did nothing. Well, I did some textures to round off the stream, but... You know, sometimes you've got to just sit back. You got to think about... Before you, like, commit to a big decision, you know? Because this essentially... defines how the entire game is built. So, like, I'm okay with, you know, asking some people some questions about it, about how they approached it, and, you know, wrapping my head around it and whatnot. Because, you know, there's no rush. There is no rush, especially when you're making something of this scope. It's kind of, like, important to... You know, I've done all my prototyping, I've done all the fucking learning, it's time to just actually use the brain. We use the brain. So, yeah. Anyway, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, wait, I didn't click... Okay, I'm clicking the button now. We've got to wait, like... We're gonna get to the... Alright. Goodbye. Goodbye. And for the YouTube viewers, thank you very much for watching. You guys are pretty cool. So, an extra goodbye to you.